Okay, it's recording. Cool. Every time I press that button, it goes live, but then the recording button doesn't light up immediately, so I have to like double check. Because sometimes there have been recording issues and it'll flash, but after I've started streaming, and so like, I have to make sure that it shows that it's recording. Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Welcome back. Do more work on our hut today. That's good volume. Nope. Minimize this. I'm almost over my sickness. Still a bit stuffy. Coughing a lot. Coughing an awful lot. But, I don't know. I feel okay, like, physically, energetically. It'll be over soon, I don't know. Hopefully by the end of the week. Hopefully by next week, Monday. You know, I remember when this project was easy to load. Oh, Blue Dick Boy. Blue Dick Boy's always feeling good. Always perky. Probably should talk to a doctor though, because I'm pretty sure if those last more than 6 hours, there's maybe a problem. Alright. What do we have to do? We need to work a little bit more on the exterior. I want to get some vines going up. The Viagra, yeah. Fantasy Viagra. I want to get some of these on the walls here, along with some of the morning glories, because I think they'll look nice. And then we can work on the interior today. We have a lot of props. Who are your mothers? I'm my parents' child. That's how I never questioned the legitimacy of my parentage. Is because there's just no doubt that I came from the two of you. Well, more specifically, I came from Dad. Don't clip that. Okay, where are the vines? Meshes, foliage. Here we go. Leaf field. Oh, those look nice. Those would be good ground cover. I'm just gonna pull into the world all the vines. Let's see what we got here. Why are they so dark? That's weird. I don't know, material looks fine. It could be something I did in the parent. I don't really know though. I don't know what this looked like before. I can try to do a history check on it. Okay, I can't diff material graphs, whatever. You know what, whatever. It'll look fine. We'll figure it out. Alright, let's put some on this wall. Turn on our rotation snapping. Okay, that looks good and it's not clipping at all. This might clip a little bit. Okay. More than a little bit, it's definitely clippy. Let's see if we can move that out. It's okay if it sticks out a little bit. I don't think players are gonna notice or care too much. Just kind of want to avoid all of that. The problem is they were kind of meant for these towers that were supposed to just be entirely, you know, cosmetic, right? So clipping through these thicker walls of the tower were okay. And they were very thick tower walls. Unfortunately, the walls of this house are not that thick. I could rotate it just a little bit. Lighting and shading look great. I think like it's kind of one of the built-in benefits of Unreal Engine. Not the cheapest engine though, in terms of performance, but it does look good. Okay, is that clipping at all? No, it's not. Alright, let me get some... You know what, I'll finish up with the vines, then we can put the morning glories on the siding. It'd be nice too to get some of the plant pots. Well, we'll see. Especially because we might put that greenhouse here. So we need to keep some of this relatively clear. We'll see though. What else? I love cough medicine that I don't have. Probably should have bought some. Yeah, it is gonna clip a little bit, isn't it? It looks fine. Needs more gems? Gems. Crystals. Okay, how about this? Is that enough? Is that good? Perfect. It's now the perfect game for you. The power of Lumen. My God, it's so pink. Like every 18-year-old progressive's hair. Every in-game day the crystal grows. Do this. Let's put this up here. On this sill. Want enough cough medicine? Too much work to go to the doctors. Why go to the doctors when I could go to the store and buy Vino Gajaniec? The concept of Walgreens does not really... It's not really the same here in Poland. If you're going to Apteka, the pharmacy, you're going to the pharmacy for medicine. And that's it. You do not go to the pharmacy for food and cosmetics. What kind of shit, this is like wrapped around. That one won't work here. Okay, that kind of works. You have to go to the doctor. Well, I mean, I assume for some things. I'll be fine. The cough will be gone hopefully by today. If not, I'll just do this.
Oh, Dennis, you don't look good.
Trust me, D. If I found myself getting sick, I would simply say, "Sickness be gone!"
Yeah, what a great episode. Everyone sees a man, we don't go to doctor unless it's like critical. I once got in a lot of trouble for not going to the doctor here in Poland. It was at my first job here in Poland. And they were mad because I didn't get a doctor's note. Which in the US would be, not only do I think it might actually be illegal for them to ask for a doctor's note to prove that you're sick and can't go to work, but it would be very, very unprofessional. I'm like, I'm not gonna go to the doctor because I had like a sinus infection and I was already, you know, getting over it. I'm like, bro, they're just gonna tell me to take the medicine I'm already taking and sleep it off. I ain't going to the doctors for that shit. It's required if you want sick leave. The thing is, it was required by my first job. A couple of the other places I worked, they didn't do it. But that first place I worked was very old school. The other place was like, oh, you're sick, okay. See you tomorrow. PTO, your day off is your business. Yeah. You have infinite sick days. That is very abused, though, by some individuals. It's not a employer-friendly law, I'll tell you that. Most people won't abuse it, but when it is abused, it is very damaging. Hey Nixie, how you doing today? Here's the thing though, is that there are regulations against what an employer can do here in Poland. But you often find that from the perspective of working, Americans actually have it better than in Poland. Especially employers. Americans work fewer hours, I believe. And if you don't like how much time off your company gives you, you can just go find a different company. Does that look good? I think that looks okay. Is that clipping? No. I mean, the reality is opening a business in the US is way better than opening one in Poland. There's some really anti-employer laws. And I'd rather have the freedom to set the rules for my company. Specifically saying that if you're sick, just take a sick day. It's not going to be counted as paid time off. Which I could use this one, but it's a bit big. But you're not being punished for being sick. You get paid time off. And if your employer wants to say that you have this many sick days and you have this much paid time off, they can. Like, that's just... If that's what the company says, yeah, it's vacation days. Otherwise, they might just have general sick days. We can be sick, but you just won't be paid for it because you're not working. Well, just don't come into work. I mean, you're sick. Like I said, if the employer wants to set specific sick days rather than counting them as paid time off, they can. And a lot of employers do that. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is there's no law to prevent it. So if you want to work at a place that gives you more care than that, then you do it. And then that encourages other employers to match those benefits so that they can compete. That's what the free marketplace is about. Yeah, and most places do allow work from home now, so, you know, if you're like me and you're still having a cough and you want to play it safe, then you can just keep working but do it remotely. I don't think it's dystopian. I think that there's a good middle ground between laws that protect employers and laws that protect employees. And trust me, the horror stories I've heard here of employees taking advantage of work laws is insane. And thank God I'll never have to deal with that. I also prefer just being able to fire people if they cause a problem and not having to deal with bullshit work laws. But I mean, if you're sick, you're sick. Like, I don't see the difference here. Like, if you're sick in the US, you're sick in Poland too. You just take days off. Like, you get paid for that time off anyway. I don't see the difference here. I go to work sick if I have no choice. I walk where I work. Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. Only time I'll take off from streaming is if I'm like really, really sick or I have like a sore throat or something. Where I know that if I push it, I'll just ruin myself for a lot longer. No, what I'm saying is that if you work at a place where in the contract it says that you have this many sick days and this much paid time off. I mean, that's negotiable, right? Here in Poland, it's not negotiable. And the nice thing about it being negotiable is the same reason why you want a little bit less regulation, is because it allows for competition. It's just law is like minimum here in the two different countries, but by having it more minimum, it allows for more negotiation space. You took a shit about environment design? Thank you, Kent. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. That is noticeably almost the exact same thing. Maybe I can hide it a bit. Don't clip. It's clipping a little bit. Eh. I mean, here's the difference, is that I think for raw spending money, Americans have comparatively a lot more than people in Poland after taxes. Like, if you account for currency conversion, primarily because you're paying less in taxes all around. So I'm okay with a few things being a bit different and not having to pay like 60% of my income in taxes. Especially the kids to get bullshit educations that they don't use in their workplace anyway. Sadly, a reality here in Poland. The number of people you meet that just have random degrees. Food cost? I mean, food cost is always regional, right? So if you live in like Wisconsin, for instance, in the US, milk is super cheap, but in California it's a bit more expensive. But the debt problem is unrelated to workplace. That has to do with management of the universities. The quality of education in many Polish universities is not very good either. Very few countries can compete with the US for the quality of universities. 800 a month, I should get food pay. Some places do food pay. Okay, I think this looks fine from an outside perspective. Let's put some morning glories on. Here they are. I mean, every country has their positives and negatives. But I will say that as a future desired employer, I can do whatever the hell I want in the US. Which is pretty nice. Meaning if I want to just say, yeah, you have infinite sick days. I'm hiring you because I trust you that you won't abuse this. But don't worry, if you need to take time off, you're not going to be penalized for it. And that's different than your vacation days. And if somebody does abuse it, I'll just fire him. Like, okay, done deal. Yeah, I mean, if you work for a big corp, like, you're gonna be kind of fucked over in some cases. And those are the ones where the regulations would be less impactful and more needed. Cronyism is certainly a topic I think we could all agree on. problem is all the companies that are usually very good you'll never hear about because people don't have a problem with those companies. It's the ones that do have an issue that you hear about. You can also get technical degrees. Yeah, especially if you go to like community colleges, they're a hell of a lot cheaper. The problem is that the universities that are expensive are the ones that are like they do it because it's the name. It's like buying an Apple product. It's not going to be that much better. It's just because of the name you're paying a shit ton more. Whereas instead you could go to a community college, commute from home with like a 20-minute drive, and you know what's it going to cost you, like 20K? Nothing makes more noise than an unhappy crowd. It's very true. Okay, I'll place one here. I'm just gonna place, I have to place them on the ground because it's kind of fucky with placing them on the wall. And then I'll move them up. We'll place those inside there. Wouldn't even cost that. Oh shit. You saw a funny video about a person complaining that Valve is not inclusive enough? What does that mean? What does it mean for a game company to not be inclusive? Can we explain that one? Oh, give it time. You know, there's I think there's kind of an internal joke that Poland is behind the US in social issues by like 10 years. Give it time. Thankfully, that's mostly a good thing, that it's behind. Valve is too white and male. How? Like, just by reality of the fact that probably most of the people applying to Valve are male and white. And therefore the number of people being hired is representative of the number of people applying. And Stevens, when you're going for some places to require those expensive colleges, and then if you're going for one of those jobs, other than that, you go to a community college. Yeah, and the number of places that require those expensive degrees, thankfully, is in decline. It's really stupid. But it's thankfully becoming less common. And that's one of the things here in Poland is that the reason so many people get degrees is because it's valued, even if it has nothing to do with the thing that your job is about. You'll just get paid more and seen as more professional by having a degree. And it's really silly. Yeah, I think like tech companies here in Poland and companies that are run by younger individuals just don't give a shit, but there's still some of that old people communist mentality that lingers. Tech industry doesn't seem to be dealing with that though, for the most part. And Polish tech is massive. Huge. And worse than a Polish boss. Yeah, I've had my experience with that. Not all, but some. Art of toxic masculinity. Oh, the talk of toxic. Yeah, okay, I understand. I don't think people talk about toxic masculinity anymore. It didn't really work. And I think people are done with all that stuff. You know, you have more companies dropping DEI initiatives. And I think what it shows is that they never really cared about it. They only cared because it was the popular thing, and by being popular, that they could potentially make money. Science is medicine and law. Yeah. Ain't no way in hell am I going to the self-taught surgeon or anesthesiologist. How many dogs did you kill learning anesthesia. Some people call it DEI as bandwagon jumping, and people always refuted that idea. Now look how many companies are ditching it. I mean, you were right. It's just so obvious logically too. It's like, oh, you're discriminating on the basis of immutable characteristics. Okay. Well, we're doing it for a good reason. I'm pretty sure that's what all the racists would say. Going to see Ubisoft's latest game. Oh, the Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's gonna make or break them, I think. I have a small nest somewhere, like a bird's nest. I don't think I have a bird's nest. Would be a cool collectible ingredient, though. I can check if I have one, but I don't think I do. No. Okay, I will just place some raw flowers up here that can't be collected. Actually, the player could jump off and try to collect that, so maybe I should put some here. These flowers are fake. I try to make the ones that are fake only ones that are definitely not able to be collected. Otherwise it messes with my numbers too, because then I look and I say, oh, I have 11 morning glories in the world, but 2 of them are uncollectible, so really there's only 9 available to the player. I don't want that. So I just place like just the main mesh down, the uncollectible one, for times where I know the player can't get to them. Like this one, right? There's no way the player can get to that. It's too high up. Even jumping off of here, they're just not going to be able to reach it. But this one they could reach, because it's right here. You'll put a ladder there. I don't know if we have those in the game. Okay, I think the outside looks pretty good. And these should all be collectible. I got a seed too. Let's grow one. There. unreachable. These two should be reachable. Another seed, we can go plant that too. Whoop. I might rotate these 90 degrees so that, yeah, I might do that. Get my OC in the game. That's if we do Kickstarter, which I'm not against. You know, there's going to be a point where I have to sincerely ask myself, is it worth going to Kickstarter with what we have? Even if it's not the most ideal. Because it's not impossible that the game at a certain point could eventually become financially successful. Stop putting a slop on Kickstarter. I mean, that's true. We did see plenty of slop. You're right about that. Do I have any seeds left? No. Game is pretty peaceful with the Witcher soundtrack. Gotta be said. Ooh, a mushroom spore. We do drunk Kickstarter reviews of your game. I mean, I do want to sometime soon actually do a very honest review of my own game here. There's some things that just suck ass that need to be fixed. Progression is horrible. I think Spoon's flow of dialogue is really horrendous. Learning fishing bait is pretty frustrating too. Oh! Ooh, five potions. Dirty water, dirty water. Oh no, there's a moonlight cave minnow here. Nice. Dreadful mixture. Beer 1. Floating brew of adrenaline. There it is. These sound combinations are horrendous, and I love it. Don't shoot! Yeah, the flowers on these do grow a little bit weird. It's fine. Bad, the interface on Twitch is horrendously outdated. Tell me something on Twitch that isn't horrendously outdated. Let's see if we can get Spoon to spawn. The payment processing, yeah, well, we know why that one's not outdated. It's BDB! Get out of here, BDB. You know what you should do? You should go take this dirty water and drink it. Have fun, bitch. See ya. I got his affiliate suspended because he forgot to fill out the DAC form thing. What's the DAC form? Don't abuse cats. Oh, some kind of new European thing. Welcome to Europe. Here are 10 forms to sign. Also, you need to customize your cookie settings. Oh, and it turns out that you can't access the site anyway because of GDPR. You guys remember that the time when you could just load up a website and it didn't shove a whole bunch of shit in your face? What does BDB and Spoon do in the same cave? Are they refugees? Lovers? They are lovers, yeah. Also, Spoon uses the little stool, because he's kind of short. That way he can see over the counter. He does float a little bit. I could try to move his waypoint a little bit to the right. See if that helps him. Oh, really then? Update silenceable splines. It's kind of weird that that's the first oh, I know why. I accidentally saved the changes I made yesterday. And I didn't mean to do that. I turned off the music. And by doing that, I unhooked a lot of other stuff. Better now. There's new features. Actually, it is a new feature I accidentally added yesterday because I was showing you guys the main menu music that we have. And, I didn't mean to save my changes to that blueprint, but I did. And it broke it. But it's fixed. Okay, let's get some new stuff added to the... thank you, T-Rex, for the follow. Really appreciate that, man. Woman, person, animal, furry, I don't know. You tell me. Alright, what do we got for interior props? We do have some bottles that I think will be pretty fitting. Are these potions though, or are these like alcohol? The famous Griffin. More like alcohol. Could use like these as just general little potion bottles on the counter here. Very not safe for work alcohol label. You guys see the news, I can't even say it. Did you see the Gulf of America? Like, I'm not gonna go into, like, the politics and we can start ranting and raving about people we like or don't like. Just... Can we all agree that this is... We're basically living in a game of Risk right now, and it's really funny. It's just silly. We can all agree that it's silly, right? Want to bring some democracy over? Fancy bed. I mean, I don't think it's gonna get anywhere. But I have to admit, I do kind of find it funny. The chances of him being serious about all of it is pretty small. But it's the fact that because of his position, other people have to take him seriously. So it's like... It's like you're in a room with a bunch of adults and one child. And because the child is like doing some make-believe, you know, like... he's pretending to be a cowboy or something, all the adults have to play along. And it's really funny. And if you're somebody like me who just doesn't like any politician, it's pretty entertaining. I will say though, but you know, buying Greenland is not as stupid as it sounds. There are a lot of natural resources on Greenland. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but strategically there is sense to it. You also control, it's not the Bering Strait, is it? Is that the one that I'm thinking of? No, that's the one by Alaska. You control the passage. Which we know that Russia uses that passage for moving submarines. I mean, there's no doubt about that, so... Like I said, it's not unsound logistically. Even annexing Canada and Mexico there is sense to it. It's just ridiculous. It's like if I became president and I said the US and Europe should merge together and become one country. Now, if you were playing like a game of Risk, again, it would make sense. It's just funny to see it in real life. We call it CUM. Canada, US, Mexico. I like it. I think I'll do a cupboard here. Here's my feelings. You know, the politicians weren't getting anything done before anyway. It's funny to see them getting trolled. Like they're a bunch of grandmas on 4chan or something. What's the best part about him being president? Fancy frame. Ooh, that looks nice. Wonder if we could change the... Oh, we can change the painting. Get a square 1024 by 1024 picture. And we can make it a painting. Can't run again. I think he's got enough kids and family members that could run if he really wanted to continue the legacy. Just let 4chan run their own country for a while. I wouldn't mind, you know how in like school you had to pretend, I don't know if you guys had to do this, but you had to like do a United Nations roleplay in like history class? We had to do that at least. I would love to see 4chan do that with Kekistan. Which, if you don't know, that's the nation that 4chan, you know, theoretically owns. Is called Kekistan. Imagine having creative shit at school. Okay, where are some... Do I have a... Where's the picture of Spoon? How big is this Kek photo? Almost big enough. Speaking of Kek... Is it like scrunching the picture down? I think it is. Let me see what that looks like. Art paintings. And we'll want to make a new material instance for this. Okay, does this work? This feels like the internet version of having like a picture of the Pope over your bed watching you as you sleep. Or Jesus. This is perfect. Absolutely beautiful. Are there pillows for the bed? Yeah, there are, okay. Does stretch a bit. You know what? I'm okay with it. These are the tiniest pillows I've ever seen. The compact bed. Made for short kings, like Spoon. Yeah, we can fluff up the pillows a bit. Bootyful. Pillows. Boobs. I would like to have an area of the wall where if you help Spoon, he'll like give you a picture of himself. And it's gonna be exactly like his icon, like just his face close up. A wall of satisfied customers. Yeah, employee of customer of the month, employee of the month. I think then your HUD starts to take on kind of a semblance of the people that you've helped. I think that too. How's the grind going? Finished your area diaries. Nice. How many points you at? $34K? It's pretty good. I think the league ends soon, doesn't it? Ish days. Yeah, I think I'm done. Once I hit rune rank, I'm like, all I have left now is big grinds, and I'm kind of tired of trying to get the twisted bow. I couldn't get my mega rare voucher. I was also like, okay, I'm just sitting here grinding Tombs of a Masket, right? Why am I not doing this in the main game to try and make some money there? I'm happy with 45k points. This is the broken candle flame though, isn't it? Yeah, it's the one that disappears. I need the other one. I don't know where it was though. It might have been here. Yeah. These are the ones that look really awkward, though. You get too close to them. Because I think they always face the camera, so... It's a little weird. Hey, T-Rex, did you make everything yourself? No. Nope. I'm not an artist. I appreciate that you think it looks good, but I promise you I had no part in making the art assets. I wish. Sadly, I am very incapable of doing anything artistic. But these are all just placeholder for when we need to replace them with final assets. I might bring in the fireplace light to use as the candle light. Let me see how that looks. Say, ignore the pink line. A little bit too bright, maybe. It's not horrible, though. How big's the attenuation on that? Way too big. Let's lower that. An altar for praying before bed. Praise Keck. The fireplace light, though, I think uses different value for the intensity, right? Yeah, we lerp between 15 and 25. Let's lower this to, or you know what? I will make them instance editable. That way we can control them on individual blueprints. Alright, for this one, let's do about half, maybe? You know, I'll try 10 to 15. Although I think a larger range would look better because then it would flicker a bit more. Maybe let's try 4 and 15. Too much flickering, I think. That's better. I don't have a whole lot to put on the shelf that kind of fits just a normal home vibe, you know? Mostly stuff for like kitchens. Let me see what props I have maybe in some of the other stuff. Meadows, meshes, props. A lot of external stuff. Power, meshes, props. Oh, this has some interior. Yeah, I like the desk and chair. It's a big desk, though. That is still a very big desk. I don't like that the drawers are open either. Kind of weird. That's kind of ugly. They're like slightly curved. It's meant to go in that tower, in these towers up here. That's why they're slightly curved like that. Well, that's what you get for different packs of assets. This is what it is. Well, we'll use what we have. Make the most of it. Just put a knife there. I want to be careful not to put anything in here that the player might mistakenly think they can collect. Not that we can't put a couple of, like, I don't know, random sacks in the house or something. But I want to make sure that they are definitely separate assets. Display item only. Could do that. Hey Yanis, good to see you. Hope you had a good New Year. Christmas, Kwanzaa, demon summoning ritual, I don't know, whatever you guys believe in. Had a meet with Cthulhu about delaying the awakening. We ended up agreeing on after 130 years. Okay, nice. Thanks for saving me there. I appreciate that. I was pretty worried I'd have to get sacrificed, but it looks like I can now just kill myself with substance abuse, as any good self-respecting adult would do. This alchemy table is really ugly. So ugly. I wish I knew art better to replace it. This is a good rug. I like this rug. The cloth yellow. Oh yeah, so it's climbable surface. We talked about that yesterday when we were watching some Tim Kaine. Yeah, that looks okay. Hey, Bubby Bite. How's your rock doing? Let's go check on your rock. We have not checked on it in the new year. Ignore the sound being fucked up. The Rock of Bubby Bite, an ancient rock from a prehistoric sculpture. It's doing well. Our game is going to be more memes than games. I guess it'll help me get a job on Borderlands if I ever want one. Been a long time since you came here. It has been, hasn't it? Whatever this is, I will put it inside the pot. I don't know what it is, but it is now there. You know, I have the minorest of hope that Borderlands 4 will not be a complete disaster. I have no hope for this story, though. Like Peaches? I don't know why there's a Cauldron of Peaches, but we now have a Cauldron of Peaches. Released a side project a few days ago. How did that go? What's the project? Probably should be angled a little bit, shouldn't it? Yeah, it's better. Acceptable. User mode, but no users yet. Now starts the marketing side of things. Purchase Steam idling service for boosting hours and farming Steam trading cards. That sounds kind of a bit like Steam Achievement Manager back in the day. Or no, it wasn't Steam Achievement Manager. There was like an old... I know there's an old product I used to farm Steam trading cards. Really nice for making a little bit of extra money. You know what I could do with these? Is simulate physics. And then just select these and keep simulation changes. There we go. Well, now we know that the tablecloth has very weird collision. Which, if you guys didn't know, there's a little bit of a shortcut. So if you're ever wanting to make something look natural, like a big crate of, I don't know, these bottles fell, right? Assuming these have good collision, they might not. Set them all to simulate physics. Run the simulation. Obviously, they're going to fall pretty similarly because they're like that. You can keep the simulation changes. Stop the game, turn off simulation, and now you have them naturally dropped on the ground like that. Nice little trick for easy randomization. Oh, it's like a service that people can pay for, so they don't have to run it on their own computer. Yeah, I could see some people doing that. Because I don't know, there is Steam trading card idler. I think I used like something like this. Yeah, Idolmaster. That's the name of it. Yeah, you can link it. I don't mind. This is what I ran on my own computer, but probably nice for people who have a lot of games that don't want to run their computer all the time. Why do people run such things? Because you can get trading cards from the games that you don't play, and then you can sell the trading cards for money. So it's a good way to make some extra money from all the games that you're not going to play anyway. You know, because let's just say, as an example, let me go to my library. Open. Enigma, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's sense, but you know, if you like this game, Distrust. I don't think I ever played this game. But you can just idle away and get the cards. Maybe I did. 6.6 hours. Most of them you only need a couple hours to grab the cards for. You know, it adds up, right? When you have a bunch of cards and you just throw them all in the market. I have one thing in my inventory that I think is worth quite a bit. These old phased Akvasto skin. Yeah, it's for like 100 zloty. Not too terrible. Affiliate codes. Are you honey now? You gonna sneak in the PayPal affiliate link? Okay, I think that... Oh, there is a... Hold on. There is actually a stew mesh. Hold on. Let me throw that in there instead. Nice looking stew. Hard to get centered in there. I think it's centered. You know what I'll do? I'll just set it as the same location as the pot and then move it up. Now it's centered. Yeah, that looks fine. I will put a stool in here, but I'm just going to put it to the side, you know, for aesthetics purposes. So of course you don't sit there as the player. And we'll hide a little bottle of alcohol behind there because, right, you're working all day, talking to customers. Gotta have something to idle away the hours. And what better way than to get drunk as shit? I think there should be one day of the year where people working in customer service jobs are allowed to get drunk while working. The only caveat is that they're all recorded so that we can just have like the greatest year of content and backlog that we can just watch of people in customer service jobs just being drunk. I think with the bookshelf being here, it'd be nice if we set up this little corner for reading. Little footstool. Make it a bit smaller. Wish I had like a little bit of an end table. I suppose what I could do is use... I could use like a crate or something, I don't know. Yeah, a crate's fine actually. Oh. It has a bottom, right? Yeah, okay. I'll just flip it around then. People have to trust me. I trust you. So the other day someone contacted me that an account similar to mine scammed a person out of $500 and I need to talk to a Discord mod, of course. Discord moderator in question took on the face and name of, I shit you not, the CTO of Discord, a Polish person too, and they didn't talk a lick of Polish. Classic. Most recently I had, you know, somebody contact me, right? And, you know, from a server that I'm in, but I never talk to anybody, so it's just like, you don't just DM somebody out of nowhere and say, hi, how are you? It just doesn't happen. And so, you know, I make up one of my fake stories of like, help, I'm being scammed out of all my money. Help me, help me, help me, and just keep saying help me until they don't respond. But then they got back in touch with me again, and we're like trying to just, you know, oh, you know, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Oh, that's cool. You like to play games? Yeah, me too. You know, what's your favorite games? Oh, wow, that's really awesome. That's a fun game. And I was like, what do you want? Just tell me. They're like, I don't want anything. What do you mean? I'm just trying to talk. I just want to talk with you. I'm like, okay, whatever. So that goes on for like 2 days, right? Where I'm just kind of talking back and forth with this random person. Until finally they're like, oh, do you have a favorite character? And I'm like, oh, here it comes. Here comes the commission. It's so frustrating. Yeah, it's like, there it is. I knew it. I knew it. Bro, I asked you 3 days ago, what do you want? Why can't you just be honest with me instead of waterboarding me into trying to get you to draw my favorite characters for a ridiculous amount of money in your deviant art style of drawing? I can't do it. And they're like, well, how much would you pay for this? And I'm like, $0, because that's how much I am willing to spend on something that I didn't ask for and don't need. They're like, well, I could bring the price down to this. I'm like, that price is still the exact price too much that I am willing to pay. I tend to play the long game nowadays. Once I'm even asked, are you trying to get a commission from me? The person said no. Half an hour later, I got their price sheet. I don't understand it. It's gotta be, does this actually work? And the fact that it keeps happening makes me think that yes, this actually does work. It's so frustrating. Stop paying for people to do commissions like this. It has to work somehow since people keep using it. Yeah, that's all I can think of. And I'm not saying that I don't appreciate artists or that I wouldn't ever commission an artist to make something for me, but I'm never going to do it if this is your sales tactic, is to randomly DM me out of nowhere and then waterboard me for days. But please stop. I got contacted by guys selling graphics, then I chatted for a bit and I said, I will keep you in mind. Oh boy, did he get offended. Oh shit. I end up making up stories now. That's how frustrating it is to me. I think the next one I'm going to use is, help me, I'm being held hostage. They have my family at gunpoint. Would you like to see my price sheet though? Help! That'll be the next one. That is a really, really, really tall bar stool. The stool is taller than the bar. Let me just sit here on the bar here. Ooh, oh yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Don't screenshot that. I will get banned. Hopefully my fly was closed. Yeah, okay, we're good. mind getting a picture up. Show some ass from time to time. Green screen your trunks. Is that still allowed? Are you still allowed to put have green screen pants? I could take some screenshots and use them as most likely not. Let's green screen my model's boobs, but I'm too small to get into trouble. You know, I thought I was too small to get into trouble too, but then they ended up shadow banning me as a likely harasser. So, maybe not. When I get people come in, tell me I'm a graphics designer, do you want to see my work? Have them reply, I am a graphics designer, then I start showing them my work, then tell them need any work done. Damn, the Uno reverse. I wish I could do that. That's a good one. I'm gonna try that next time. Hopefully you don't mind that I'm gonna steal your tactic. And I'll just keep talking to like, hi. No, what's your favorite character? Do you want me to make Twitch emotes, sub badges for you? I noticed that your stream that I, love, by the way, that I was there for 5 minutes, has no sub badges. Would you like those? Go to bed, good night. Give them nothing, take nothing. They might swipe your art and then present it as their own. Okay, here's the 500 IQ play, Lazy Fangs, is to show them AI generated art, and then if they do swipe it and use it as their own, they could get in trouble. That is the 500 IQ play. Unfortunately, we are not 500 IQ, so not gonna work. All right, let's see. Let's get the props, interior, wood frame, duck IQ way higher you humans with your human IQ. Can we talk about IQ? Can we talk about how useless of a metric it is? And how the people that are so obsessed with it are often the most annoying people to talk to. I like how scrunched it is. Could I like reverse squeeze the image? I tried to ask OpenAI to make me Lara Croft, but Furry refused, citing copyrights. I told it to describe to me in detail how Lara Croft looks like. I used that description and told it to draw me this, but Furry, it worked. Nice. On LinkedIn, after I add my title for my day job, oh boy, the amount of shit I get in my inbox, people they want to connect. Oh yeah, I get... The moment you put in that you're a CEO or that you own a company, the number of bullshit messages and connection requests that you get is just insane. I have to tell so many people, wow, your service sounds so great if I had more than $0 to spend. Unfortunately for you, $0 is the exact amount that I have to spend. So maybe if you're going to be generous and charitable, I would love a free version of your services. Where's my audio files in UE? I put them in like a sounds folder. Probably not the most perfect, but I throw them in there and then break them up by classes, queues, waves. LinkedIn's still relevant. Heard it's an AI wasteland. LinkedIn is the greatest dating app ever made for a man. Like, no joke. Every single dating app that exists is cold messaging a whole bunch of women hoping that you get a reply. LinkedIn is the opposite. You will just get cold messages from women. Pretty good looking women in a lot of cases too. So if you're single and looking to mingle, go on LinkedIn, say that you're open to work, and then fill in a whole bunch of bullshit into your qualifications. You'll have women in your inbox in a matter of minutes. The amount of Eastern European women that have contacted me and want to talk. Yeah, it's great. If you're single, it's great. We have a date to talk about narrative. Yes. What time suits you today? I have to run to the store after work, but you know, it's not going to be too terrible, and then I have to make some chili. But I can do that either before or after. Kind of whatever. After 4 though? Okay. How is lighting in here? Let me set it to nighttime, because that's when it's gonna matter the most, and we won't have any lumen help from outside. Gonna contract the publisher, or how are things on that front? We haven't looked out for publishers since like last summer. Hey, Anomalies. How are you doing today? We will be doing a big publisher push later this in like 4 or 5 months, when we have our first playable closer to finished. Registering a new game on Steam. Dude, nice. Congrats. It's really great talking to you guys and hearing about your successes. Very motivating. Taking a break from the older project? That sounds smart. Now success, as Tim said, making a demo. I'd still say demos are successful. You know the number of game devs or aspiring game devs that haven't made any demos? Or as Tim says, make excuses not to? It's sadly very high. Last one broke after I switched to new Unity version. That's something we can all empathize with, relate to. We will be updating to 5.5 very soon here. On a separate branch. I mean, look, it will be on a separate branch, so if it breaks so much and it's just like, well, this is not worth it for the prototype, then it is what it is, right? We can just revert all those changes. The version ended up being different, so making a different game. Well, now you know. Well, Microsoft should know about Broken. These are the people that make and operate Microsoft Teams, so if you've never used it, count yourself lucky. If you've used it, you know exactly what I mean. Working at Nokia and Teams was a huge step up for us. Want to know something cursed? Yeah, go for it. We're a student during COVID lockdowns. We used Teams, and the first many months, Teams had so many bugs, and oh boy, did we abuse them. I don't get it. I mean, I get the desire to like unify the ecosystem. The problem is that Teams is probably some of the worst software ever developed by humankind. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad. That looks weird there. Works out as a communications platform. It is just the most over-bloated, over-engineered communications platform that exists, though. Something in this corner would be nice. Kind of what I was worried about, though, is we just do not have a whole lot to put in here yet. It's not terrible, though. We can kind of just add some stuff as we work. Now that we have space, rather than trying to fill the space with a bunch of useless things right now, we could try to fill it with useful things. Maybe you can mount some of the fish you catch or something, I don't know. Better to have extra space than not enough. Registration ID for a game on Steam was in a range of 32 mil, 3.2 mil. When I just registered was 3.4. Wow, that's pretty cool. Slack and Discord doesn't have end-to-end encryption, but I don't really want end-to-end encryption. I don't know what I need it for. There, that should trigger the security people out there. The barrel shelf. This would be nice if we had a basement, which I would like to add, but question is where? I want Discord to read your messages. I mean, I don't mind if Discord reads my messages. I don't think there are enough employees at Discord to read all the stupid messages that people have. These have good collision. I could just let them fall where they fall. Their collision's pretty okay. They might be using complex as simple too. No, they aren't. I mean, most of the time, even if you have end-to-end encryption, somebody is going to be able to read those messages. What'll be the minimum requirement for your game to run? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be pretty... I won't say high, but just it won't be small. I mean, the prototype too is not going to be... I don't care about how it runs in the prototype. We'll do our best with optimization, though. I mean, by the time this comes out, too, I think it'll be 50 XX. We'll see. We'll just see. Like, okay, maybe, you know, Discord can't read your messages or whatever. Microsoft can't, but your employer can. That data still goes through your ISP. Can't on Teams? Well, your employer can't. I find that hard to believe. Especially because they own your account in a lot of cases. 370 is equivalent to 4090. That's with DLSS and frame generation. DLSS is good. I like DLSS. I don't like frame gen. In most of the cases that you need frame gen, they're games that will play much worse with frame gen. Like action games. Games where you need that lower frame time. FTXX frame gen is supposed to be really good. I don't see how they can avoid the issue that it doubles your frame time, or I guess it doesn't really affect it, right? Because they're fake frames being added. They're not real frames. Your GPU isn't working better. So it's like you're getting 60 FPS, but you're playing the game at 30 still. You can tell though. The thing is, like, you know, what frame time is just the division of how many milliseconds is it taking to render 1 second of game, of each frame, right? So the higher your frames per second, the lower the amount of time taken to render each frame. I don't see how they're avoiding that on the 50 series, unless they're speeding the game up and then, but then I don't know. It's it's weird. Actually missed the forum days. Discord has forums though. They're not the greatest, but they have forums. At least according to Linus Tech Tips. I don't know how they're avoiding it though. It's like your GPU is not rendering 60 frames per second. It would still, like, if you're using frame gen to go from 30 to 60 or 60 to 120, you're still generating the same number of frames that you were originally generating before frame gen. It's just inserting fake frames into there. So it's not reducing the amount of time that it's taking to render each frame. It's artificially doubling your frame rate, so you do end up with some issues with that. Depends on your definition of what a frame is. Your GPU rendering natively a frame of the game. And if you're rendering 30 frames a second, right, you have, or let's say 60. It takes 16.66 milliseconds to render 60 frames. You know, this is how many it takes to render one frame. How many milliseconds? Using frame gen to double that. Here's part of smooth non-tearing video feed, not the quality. But if you want non-tearing, then you would have to use VSync, not frame gen. Oh. Okay, the collision on that is horrible. I will just place those in normally then. It works on AI cores, but it's still not a true frame of the game. I really would just want those to kind of sit in there. Gotta do some work yet? Take care, bye-bye. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna fix the collision on this. Or just use complex as simple. That might work too. Here's the thing though, it's not that developers are doing less optimization. Like that's just not true behind the scenes. The issue is that players are expecting to run games at higher and higher resolutions and frame rates, and they're not taking into account that technology is also improving at the same time that their expectations are. So really, they're running games at the same resolutions and frame rates and graphical qualities as games from 5 to 10 years ago with the cards that we had then. It's just that it's all increasing at the same time, and the expectations of gamers is getting even higher. But you're not considering, lazy things, that things like ray tracing are extremely unoptimized, just like PhysX was. You guys remember trying to enable PhysX on Witcher 3 when it first came out? You couldn't do it because it would tank your performance so hard, and it looked horrible. It looked horrendous. It was the worst, hair physics that I've seen, but it was one of the first implementations of physics on hair. It's just like you have to let technology be and become optimized, and things like ray tracing and lumen are not optimized yet. It is what it is. But is it unoptimization from the fact that developers are lazy, or simply because this technology just it's new and it needs to go through its life cycle? And yeah, wanting to run games at 4 to 8K, it's not going to happen, not without upscaling. You're not going to be able to run a game at max settings at 4K, 240 hertz. It just is not going to happen. Use of the rendering pipeline. Unfortunately, when your artists are so focused on other things, they throw some things to the wayside. Expectations that things look better and better. This is what happens. Thank you for that. Appreciate that log. Trying to get them to fall down a bit or lean. That looks good. That looks good. Holy shit, moving log pile. Yeah, I was just doing it to scatter them up a bit, and then I can just bake those changes in. I'll say this: the reality of games running worse is a combination of every single thing. Players' expectations, engines becoming more bloated, artists not having enough time to focus on optimization when they're focusing on other things, budgetary restrictions, time restrictions. It's literally all of it. But if gamers really expect to buy some like 5070 and natively run the next big open world game on native 4K 240 FPS, they are absolutely out of their mind. Turn ray tracing off. Thank me later. Local reflections are good enough. What plays at 4K? Not me. But what I can say is I've been playing 1080p 60 FPS max settings on games. I've had no problem. Most people have a CPU bottleneck, and they don't understand that CPUs have not... Your CPU is incredibly important for a lot of calculations that aren't being run on the GPU. And most people who say, oh, I can't play this game, okay, what's your CPU? Oh, it's some 10-year-old CPU. I understand now. They think that, oh, game runs on GPU, therefore I must have good GPU to run game perfectly, but then never upgrade their CPU. Some games don't even run on the GPU that well. Some games are really CPU heavy. Gotta be said. Depends on the engine and depends how they've set things up. But I think, you know, players right now are blaming Unreal for a lot of these things, when in reality if you're using Unreal 5, most people have Lumen turned on. We have Lumen turned on. Lumen is not very optimized. It really isn't. It takes a lot to run Lumen. It's expensive and it's going to get optimized. It's going to get better, but it's going to take time and it's going to take GPUs a little bit to catch up to be able to handle all of that as well. And that's always been the case. It has always been the case since I was a little kid. New games come out that push the boundaries. New engines come out that push the boundaries. GPUs have to catch up, and then it's pretty good. And then new technologies and new engines come out. GPUs have to catch up again, and it's this back and forth war. It's always been this way. And anybody who says differently is kidding themselves. Yeah, I play games 1080p max settings, and I've had no problems with the frame rate in most things. Except with the new gen of Intel, though, they have onboard encoders. You don't use your GPU for encoding for streaming, because GPUs have built-in encoding chips. Especially NVIDIA. And I'm sure AMD does too. Use CPU encoding, really. Interesting. Because the GPU ones are separate, or at least on most, I think pretty much any modern NVIDIA GPU, they're separate entirely, so they won't impact your gameplay at all. The CPUs also have a separate. The GPUs have had that for a long time. Ever since there used to be a graph. Yeah. You can see the NVE and C per chip. And that's completely separate. And the newer ones support AV1. I think the 970 was, or the 960 or 970 was one of the first ones to have the dedicated H.265 support. Oh, your RX? I don't know anything about the AMD one. All I know is if you have a NVIDIA GPU of any recent generation, of like anything past the 900 series, you have dedicated encoding chips. You just, on OBS, you need to enable the right encoder for it. And this is completely separate to your like graphical processing, so it won't have any impact on your gameplay at all. Okay, this looks pretty nice. Put up some more paintings if we want. More screenshots. We have kind of some barren walls. And I'm just going to pretty much ignore the second floor for right now. We'll fill it up as we develop some more things. Hey, bless your D. Depends on your GPU and what you're streaming to, if you use more than one encoder chip. I mean, I think any modern GPU, at least from the NVIDIA side, you're not going to have any impact. You're still going to use some of your CPU for OBS anyway, right? Because not all of OBS is running on your GPU. Most of it, you know, the general software itself is running on your CPU. Using your CPU encoder will, if you don't have a dedicated encoder chip on it, is going to have an impact on your gameplay. The dedicated encoding chips on the GPU, if you don't have dedicated ones on your CPU, will not impact gameplay. Well, I know the one you're talking about, Lazy Fangs. That's exactly what the NVENC chips are on the NVIDIA GPUs. Like, and they've existed since whenever the 960 came out. I don't even know when this came out. Probably 10 years ago, roughly. So NVIDIA's had those. I'm glad that they're on. It was a GPU bottlenecks. I mean, they're completely separate chips, so they wouldn't be there. It could be something else. Maybe you were recording. I don't know if you were you were recording without, but you have to select NVENC. It has to be that, or if you're streaming on YouTube, the AV1 encoder if you have a supported AV1 encoding chip. But if you're using a separate encoder for recording, maybe that one wasn't set to NVENC. Because, like, for instance, I'm using an old GTX 970 with NVENC support on my streaming computer, and I'm using 2% of my CPU right now, because it's not using my CPU at all. Actually, yeah, 2%. Dedicated encoding chips are very, very nice for streamers. So I'm glad that Intel has come out with that now. I don't know what theirs supports though. I have the 285, the Core 9 Ultra. 285K, maybe they say what kind of encoder they use. I don't even see it here. It might be part of the GPU itself. Well, they call it QuickSync? Intel QuickSync video. Introduces Sandy Bridge, so it's pretty old. Sandy Bridge is very old. Skylake adds a full fixed function for H.265 HEVC. And the new ones, Alchemist, Meteor Lake, Arrow Lake, have AV1 support 10-bit. So they've kind of had it as long as NVIDIA's had it on theirs. Oh, a lot of them had like decode only, not for encoding. But they've had MPEG-2 encoding since Ivy Bridge has well. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, this is essentially the exact same thing as what NVIDIA's NVENC does. And AMD, I guess, has it too, but I don't know what they call it. Oh, this is kind of their current equivalent. Video Core Next is what they have. And they've had encoding support for AV1. It's roughly the same thing. So NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel all have pretty much the same thing. And pretty much any new CPU or GPU you buy now is probably going to have dedicated cores for it. Summary, everything can encode. Yeah, pretty much. The old days of OBS eating 25% of your CPU while you're trying to game. Thankfully, long in the past. Using software recordings, I think, exactly, yeah. And if you have a reasonably powerful, GPU or CPU now, you probably can handle streaming in like 6,000 bitrate for Twitch, and then recording in like, I think I'm recording like 20,000. Either 15 or 20,000 I recorded for YouTube videos. Although I probably could handle more, I haven't tried to push it further yet. Okay, well, I'm not unhappy with how this looks. If we want to put up another couple paintings, we can, but overall, I think interior for the hut is looking fine, and we have a lot of space, especially upstairs, to put things that we create that are new. I will create the... Yeah, what I'll do is I'll create the greenhouse. I was gonna put it here, but I have to delete some things. You record at the same settings and it uses no more hardware as long as you record. Yeah, if you just set in OBS, if you set it to, if anybody's curious and doesn't know, although most of us are probably knowledgeable about it, you set it to, where's my encoder? To use stream encoder, then it will just record whatever the streaming encoder is, so you only encode once. Doing it separately will double encode. Oh, use NVIDIA face tracking stuff? I think maybe switch to CPU encoding might be just coincidental. Maybe, I don't know. I had that old, oh, I still have it here, actually. Yeah, I have that old mini PC that I was using as my old streaming computer. Pretty nice. If it crashes, it might break your recording. That's why I record in MKV. Prevent corruption like that. The issue is that some software like Adobe Premiere does not support editing MKV, so whenever I have to fix something, I have to first use Handbrake to convert it to MP4, then fix it in Premiere, and then encode it again, and then upload it to YouTube. Very annoying. I don't save it as MP4 because if anything happens to OBS while recording in MP4, it will corrupt the entire file. So, you have yours spit out both MKV and MP4? I mean, I don't think it's worth it for me. Maybe it's worth it if you do like some editing, but I don't edit enough to where it's useful for me to do that. How do we want to do this? completely open here, so... I could either just turn this wall into a blueprint. Yeah, that might be my better option. And then we'll just grab that BP and delete it when we need to, right? And then boom, we have this open. But I'll move the vines and morning glories that are directly overlapping here. We'll move these barrels. And delete this bush. Get out of here. I will say though, as a game developer, having a separate streaming computer is just such the right idea. A lot more expensive though. Massive hassle too. Okay, I think if we replace this section with the greenhouse, this would not impact the grass at all, so we don't have to worry about that. Give me a B-Link for Stream PC. Yeah, I think that would be pretty good. I can say for sure that I had the N95 CPU in the streaming computer that I had, the mini PC, and that worked well for 720p 60 FPS or 1080p 30. Anything better than that, so any one of these like ultra 7s or 9s, if you want to splurge a little bit, should be able to handle it. And I think anything like a, I don't know, 12500 might not be able to handle it. I don't know how much you're willing to spend on a mini PC for stream PC, but these are pretty good. i9 13900 HK. For $580. Pretty good. Yeah, this was really nice. I liked it, and it was very portable. I don't remember which one I got, but it was something off Amazon for like $100. More than enough. Only problem is it didn't have the dedicated encoding chip, so I could only record with the stream encoder. And it didn't really allow me to install any other software because I was pretty much overloading the CPU already. Now though, I built a whole dedicated PC for streaming, and it's running just fine. I think though, if you're willing to spend $1,000 on a mini, well, I guess it's still mini PC. But you could probably make a pretty decent dedicated PC, stream PC for that price. That would be a lot more powerful. Yeah, hold on, let's do this. New folder. Greenhouse. BP. BP greenhouse base wall. Add a static mesh. ACB for encoding is 10 times faster than the 4090. What does it mean to use AI to encode? What does that mean? Still sick today. Okay, so we can basically just delete this BP whenever we upgrade the greenhouse, and then we will add another one here. And either just set it hidden in game or whatever. I don't think either one really matters. I can also try to make it so that it will place it on this route. And that way we can just use the same route for each of these. Probably the smarter idea. A 10-hour video encoded in like a minute 20 seconds on the AI CPU. The 4090 is like 5 minutes or so. How do they leverage AI into encoding a video without loss of quality? I mean, I suppose the issue is I just don't understand what goes on behind the scenes when encoding anyway. So I don't really see how AI is a factor in that. It just tells you it's done. AI CPU, what? Not like the video compression, right? Send me a link if you have it. Do my work for me. Okay, that is the right direction. So we can delete this, and this is our base to start with then. That's where it will be. Where is it? I don't see it talking about encoding though. Unless I missed it. ADHD looks like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, we're gonna use 2 base boards for the greenhouse. Ooh, this tree might get in the way. Well, we can move the tree. Not a big deal. I wish it was more of a greenhouse in the sense that we actually had see-through walls. I guess I could change the material instance of these meshes. Like, they use a separate material for the plaster. But we could find like a plastic translucent material. Very, very doable. Let me see here. UE5 translucent plastic. I'll just do plastic material. That looks really nice. Yeah, having the textures would be nice though for that. Text. Let's see if they have anything. Plastic. Really see-through, is it? Oh, Winter Wonderland. Cute. Where are materials? There we go. Anything free. Not really. I might have something. Like fabric materials. I don't know if that includes plastic. Probably not. Gee, those are pretty nice materials. I never really take a look at the materials I have downloaded, but some of these are nice. Do we have plastic? Not really. I suppose like any cloth, because, well, I don't know. He's only using the alpha of this texture sample anyway. Oh no, he is using the full texture for the specular. That makes sense. Maybe there's another one that uses provides the texture. How to create a clear plastic material. Do we want plastic in this game though? I guess that's a better question to ask. We could suspend our disbelief. I mean, I could just make a clear glass looking. I might just do glass. I might have a glass material actually. M glass. Very blue. That's actually pretty good. Let me see what that looks like on one of these walls. The glass itself looks fine. The only kind of awkward thing is the lack of double-sidedness on the wood trim, which I can probably just fix by telling it to be, well, no, that's part of the mesh. Not an issue with the material. Material is double-sided. The mesh is not there for it. I could do that and then just remove the glass from one of them. Oh. No, I see why I can't do that. Okay, never mind. That won't work. But the glass is fine. I think I'll just ignore the fact that there's the lack of the mesh there, and it doesn't matter. It's so unimportant. Ground 1. Gotta try licking the mesh. Is that your solution? Pretty good solution. I might use one of the simpler walls too. Let me see what walls we have. It needs to have some structure, but I don't want it to be too complex. I think this one looks the best. Okay, let me set up the glass here. Oh, I see. There's an outer and inner plaster, so this is actually doubling the glass. From an optimization standpoint, that's pretty expensive to have 2 layers of translucent material that the light's gonna bounce through. Now, I'm not too worried about the optimization, but maybe it wouldn't be possible to put a completely empty material there, right? No, it would be. Should be. Like an invisible material. I guess I already had one. Oh, it's a base engine. Really? Is that actually fully invis? Looks like it. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know Unreal came with a completely invisible material by default. That's nice. This glass, though, is not double-sided. That's 20% of our project is 80% of the effort. I think that I don't know, there's a lot of games that I play that are made by either like solo developers or whatever, and you can tell that they just kind of worried more about the breadth of content rather than actually... Nothing ever felt like there was time and effort put into a location. I'm trying to avoid that. I don't think that's true in all the locations that I've made. You know, there's some places that just feel really horribly lacking. I'm trying to do the best I can. You didn't play good solo games then? I mean, we call them good because they have that effort put in. But for the number of ones that have that effort, there are a significant number that do not have that effort. Doing some funky lumen things. Let me see if that's still the case if I don't make it double-sided. But instead just use 2. Yeah, it's still doing funky lumen things. I think true AAA games just use a lot of algorithms and good technology to fill up a lot of their game with formulaic content. Not in every case, but in a lot of cases. And it's impressive technology, right? A lot of AAA studios have very, very impressive engines that are proprietary. Yeah, I think I'll do two-sided glass material, but I'll just do that one. I think that looks okay. Fuck me. Stop renaming the wall. It's not a whole lot of space though, is it? Elden Ring the roguelike. I think it'll be quite successful. Especially financially. I see no reason to believe that... what was it called? Like Night Rain or something? I have no reason to believe that it will fail financially at all. You hate the genre, you hate roguelikes. How many good roguelikes though? Play Hades? Oh, you hate Souls-likes, okay. That's fair. Yeah, I've barely played any Hades 2 as well. I'm like, you know what? I know I'm gonna like it because it's super giant games. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. I have plenty of other games to get to in the meantime. We'll play it when it fully comes out. Same for Subnautica too. Yeah, I think this is gonna be too small. So I'll do a 2x2 room. Greenhouse. Is this the right wall? No, the other one. I like Souls-like either, like Elden Ring, PoE2 is kind of for me, either since it's more Souls-like. Elden Ring is good. If you're not a fan of Souls-likes, you should at least try Elden Ring. I think it's the most accessible and arguably the most easy of From Software's titles. On top of just being a very good game. There's pretty much no way that you can get through Elden Ring without being able to break the game somehow with some build. Oh, sorry. Volkage. Elden Ring is just good. Pretty brilliantly designed game. I might try to get my dad to play it. I had him try, it's kind of mean of me, but I had him try Demon Souls. And if you're familiar with that game, and I think most of us probably are, yeah, it's a little bit harder. It pains me so that all coordinates are in float format. Wish we had integer or long coordinates. That precision isn't an issue. I think they fixed the precision issue in Unreal 5. Somehow. Don't quote me on that. I think they took old school drop mechanics in Elden Ring for the most part. If you see someone carrying a weapon, they will drop it. I think that is one of the most understated but exceptional parts of that game. And it's not even just the weapon, it's also the armor too. I mean, the art team did a fantastic job, and you're right, if you see an enemy in really awesome looking armor, like, I don't even know, what's a, I hate that I'm going to look at extra life here. Just like the general Banished Knight, it's like, oh, that's pretty cool armor and nice shield. And yeah, they drop all that, the weapons and the armor and the shield at different chances, and you can farm for it. Here's the thing, do we want to call it old school drop mechanics? Is there maybe a better term? Because I also see it in games like Terraria, right? One thing, speaking of old school, it's really frustrating that some things in old school RuneScape are so old. You know, from like 2001, right? This Black Knight, you're like, oh, Black Knight, okay, so he probably drops, you know, the black full helm, black plate body, plate legs, black boots, black dagger. He drops iron sword, iron full helm, and steel mace. What? And it's some of those things that they're so old that it would probably be, I don't know, I don't think people would get upset if they fixed the loot tables on the Black Knight though. If you didn't know, pretty much everything in old school RuneScape has to go through a poll where the players vote if it's going to be added to the game or not, so some things you might have an issue with the player base being like, oh, it's so old school, don't touch it, you can't change it because my nostalgia. But also, it would just be nice if they made it so that new players could say, oh, cool, a Black Knight. I'm gonna farm it for its armor. And they actually could, instead of having iron sword, iron full helm, or steel mace. I think drop tables making sense is something that the people in charge of balance, if they're good at balancing, will try to ensure. Okay, theoretically we delete this wall. We still have this foundation to worry about, so I might include the foundation as part of the base wall so that it also removes this. Good, my Z fighting. Delete. Bye. Oh, it was rotated the other way. Okay, I can fix that. Good. There we go. Okay, hold on, it's a little bit off. Is it that far over? Yeah, I think that's good. I guess if we add all the enemies' gears drops, there are already in the game. Why make new ones? What do you mean? Or like, why make new gear drops? What do you mean by that? I'm not understanding what you guys are meaning. Explain it to me like I'm stupid. Why does this not match up though? Must be because this wall is anchored to... Also, can one tap you get a sword. It'd be kind of silly for you to be able to one tap another player monster. Or to make the weapons and armor for all the enemy. Why make new gear for drops? Use the gear that already in the game. Hey Yuki Dookie, I studied for my exam and where are the numbers? Why is it all letters? You're doing some pretty complicated math, it sounds like then. Let's just delete that corner then. I still don't quite understand what you mean, Trill Duck. I already make the weapon armor for all the enemies. Why make new gear for drops? Oh, I see. So you're saying if you've already made weapons and armor for enemies, why do some games make it so that you can't collect that and it's all different armor for the player? Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's also kind of unfortunate too when you're like, you see a really cool enemy and you're like, oh my god, that's amazing armor, and you realize that you're never going to be able to get armor that looks like that in the game. Kind of disappointing, isn't it? And I think Elden Ring is so great in that regard, where it's like, usually, most of the time, not all the time, but usually when you see an enemy wearing really awesome armor, you're like, I can go farm that, I can go get that somewhere. It may not drop from that enemy, it may drop from like a boss or something, but just bad game design. I don't think it's bad game design. It's an intentional choice, but it creates disappointment in the player, right? So I guess you could argue that because there is a better choice, why is the developer not using it, you know? Right, I'm dying here. Lined up. Shouldn't it sit more like this? I mean, I think that looks better. And then we can put a beam in here. Definitely armor to look good on a player can be a challenge. That's true. I mean, yeah. But if you know that you're using one humanoid of the same scale or proportions as the player, that it can be adapted. So I think then players will need to accept that they can't modify the proportions of their character completely. There are some technical limitations when it comes to that. A little ugly, but it works. Yeah, it's like, if you have like a boss that is specifically portioned, right, or has an extra arm, and because of that has an extra piece of the armor, it's not everything can be reused in such an easy way. And I think Elden Ring does a pretty good job of like, okay, this can be reused, let's reuse it. Or they make armor that is similar in style. And I will say, From Software doesn't seem to care about clipping. They don't give a shit. If something, is like really egregious clipping, I think they fix it, but if something is just kind of clipping a little bit, they don't care, and because of that, they save a lot of time and effort. And that's how you do game development correctly, in my opinion. That is exactly what a zero bug policy looks like. It's if a bug is not significantly impacting the user experience and would just be a waste of time to fix, delete the bug. Delete the report. Okay, do we want to do some sort of roof with... Well, we should. I mean, it's a greenhouse. I just don't know what we would use for the roof. I could just do some giant... A rug, yeah. I could do this and just intersperse it with some beams. Gamer Train Studios, thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Gametrain Studios raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah. It is Wednesday. Giant. It won't be a white square. Give me a second, jeez. Thank you so much, Gamer Train. I assume you are another game developer. It is Wednesday, and thank you for keeping an eye on our viewers. Absolutely. Thank you so much. If you have to go right now, I don't have a problem with that, but if you want to tell me a bit about yourself, that would be great too. But I understand if it's just like, nope, stream done, exhausted, gotta go eat, gotta rest. You are awesome. Yeah, tell me about your game. Do in a second, but I can tell you a bit? Okay, no worries. So my thought is this, if we... I can set this to the glass material. And then just throw some beams in there. I think it would work. It's really ugly. It's really, really ugly. A lot of artifacting. That hole you fell through in the map, it's not a bug, it's a feature. I have a hard, you know, whenever I tell people about our desire for a zero bug policy, I think it sounds really questionable. But once you read up on what a zero bug policy is, it sounds like it should be used in games. Because the reflections. I'll try turning some things off and see if I can nail down exactly what it is. Maybe you would know more. Released Mindform on Steam a few months ago. Oh, congrats. Are now working on our new Ascend update. In short, a first-person climbing rage bait game that teaches you how to cope with all that tilt and stuff. Dude, I love it. Share links to your games in chat. I'd love to see them. Dude, congrats on the release. Oh my god, I could not play this. I have a fear of heights. And I think it also it goes into games a bit too. I like it though. It is VR support, right? Oh no, it's not VR, okay. You answered it for me. I would be so scared to play this VR. Very nice. Do you have a oh, you don't have a Steam page up yet for the other game. Okay. You do these Monday and Wednesday dev streams, and after we leave our viewers with some other streamers. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Congrats on the game release. Well, maybe he'll do VR in the future. Okay, maybe you have a Steam page, but it was not linked to your developer page. Or your publisher page. I don't know how to fix that. I don't have that set up yet. It's in the links on the side. No, I mean like if you click on the developer on Steam here, it doesn't show up. I don't know what controls that though. He didn't do that? Yeah. Hey, no worries. You still got time. Really hard, but the coach will help you get over your frustrations. Man, nothing can be as frustrating as me trying out League of Legends for the first time. Many, many years ago. Tried that, got salty, quit, never looked back. We're learning, bro. Dude, we're all learning, aren't we? That's part of the fun, though, of streaming game development, I find. I've never learned as fast and had as much fun developing as I have streaming game development. That's why you should play Mindform. I'm scared of heights. I don't know if that game will help me get over my fear of heights. Be setting on the glass mesh to turn off reflection. Is it the reflection? See the refraction? Yeah, no worries, dude. I love meeting some other developers on here that are just making the games they love. What's Ascend like, though? Is Ascend similar to Mindform? And thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, really hungry? Okay, yeah, go eat, go rest, and hopefully we can talk later. We stream every day, so maybe if you have any time available on tomorrow or something. We stream what? Wednesdays? Wednesdays and Monday. It's a new update. Oh, okay, so it's an update of Mindform. I thought it was a different game. Oh, it just errors out. Okay. And turn off refraction. Which, I mean, honestly, turning off refraction is probably okay for the glass. Maybe it's the white color. Already another game? Not yet. Hey, sometime in the future. Yeah, have a good one, man, and thank you so much for the raid again, and the follow. Eat some yummies. People from my stream behave. Don't worry, we're kind of wild sometimes. That looks a bit better. It's definitely a lot less annoying. Turning off the transmittance color. Yeah, this is the stream of yapping, getting sidetracked, randomly discussing controversial topics, and I don't know what else. Those are pretty much the three things. It's like a weird force. Well, I will be putting some like beams up there, kind of like you see here, to break it up, so hopefully it will not be as weird. I just wanted to see if it would look really weird coming from up top, but with the transmittance color turned off, I think it looks pretty good. And then we'll throw some beams up there. Can I add a cube? Such a massive pane of glass would crack and fall. Well, thankfully, that is why we're not doing a massive pane of glass up there. I think that's centered, right? Kind of. Not really. Okay, that's sitting in the sides. A little bit long. That'll work. Alright, let's start putting the beams in. And I think I could scale these along the x-axis without the textures looking too weird. Oh no, I can't select the cube. That's annoying. There we go. We'll put another beam here too. Hide the floor above. It's silly, but it doesn't look horrendous. Which perfectly sums up my entire game development career. Alright, duplicate. Roof beam 4. Honestly, I think that's kind of okay. It kind of triggers me that it's off, though. Hold on. That's better. And we need one more beam. Up around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It kinda works. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let's get the foundations on and then we should be good to go. Now I'll just add the static meshes. Okay, foundation. Oh, wonderful. Chaos bots. Thank you, I appreciate it so much. Always chaos bots. Lights are set to 1 bounce, so it distorts the reflections. Maybe. I think this still looks fine, though. Like, there's a little bit of lumen artifacting, but, well, I don't know how it looks at night. It looks fine during the day. Lumen will be lumen. Oh. Oh. Well, it's definitely lumen doing that. I'll tell you that. How we can address that. I am unsure. What the fuck is doing that? Here, I'll turn off things until it works. Well, it's not there anymore. Add more bounces. We'll fix it, but it will eat more performance. Can I adjust the number of bounces in runtime? Because I could just make it a option in the game menu. Almost invisible now. Shit. I don't know nearly enough about materials to try and fix it. I changed it from thin translucent to default lit and it was kind of better. Where do you set up the number of bounds? Oh, Jesus Christ, that's worse. That is actually just worse. Looks so bad, dude. Hold on. Haven, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Can you move the tree for a moment? It could be from like the god rays. The lumen tree? I don't think it's a lumen tree. Can trees be lumen? Oh, the one that has sparkly shit? You mean this one? I doubt it's this. I think it's just from the lighting being computed from the god rays. It's too far away to have any impact. I don't know where to set the number of bounces and stuff though. If you're wondering, I'm a little bit sick still. I have no cough medicine. It's 100% the moon. Be a lumen light setting. Okay, let me check the post process. PP. They're really helping it. It's just infinite bounds, right? Yeah. Maybe it's something else on Lumen. I do have lighting quality and detail maxed. I think they're overblown. I don't even see it working. I mean, we know it's the lumen tracing. Just weird that the quality didn't really affect it at all. Weird, I can set the trace distance down to 200 and it's completely gone. Hmm. Do we see any reason not to keep it like that? I mean, lowering the trace distance from 20,000 to 200 is certainly going to positively impact performance as well. That's never a bad thing. Look at it later, no worries. Yeah, I mean... Controls the maximum distance that lumen should trace while solving lighting. Values that are too small cause lighting to leak into large caves, while values that are large will increase GPU cost. Leak into large caves. Let me go check out the caves. In that case, then. Because I didn't see any issues in the surface. We have one here we can sneak into. Oh. Yeah. Definitely true. It almost makes me think that it was something closer by causing the problem then. This is what I mean. By the way, when I talk about lumen, this is exactly what I mean. When lumen looks good, it looks great. When it looks horrible, it causes really, really bad artifacting. Horrendous artifacting. Something that just would not be there without it. Chalk it up to Haunted Garden. And I don't think there's any way that I can just plop some lights in some way into this and resolve it. And on top of that, I don't know if there's any way to fix up the material. I just don't know enough about it. I don't think it's an issue with the material. I just think it's an issue with lumen. Surprise, surprise. I'll try one thing though. Just because I'm curious. What will this do? Beautiful. Dark window tint. Yeah, the cops are definitely gonna pull you over for this one. What should I fix about how they explained about Lumen? They talked about one bounce can mess with reflections, the reflections reflecting off each other. I mean, I turned it up to 8 bounces. It was still there. I can try doing... I can try just looking in here. I mean, that seems to be potentially very likely the reason. Because it's not happening over here. Can I turn off reflections on the material, though? And if so, how do I do that? High quality reflections. What does that do? They're still shit. Planar reflections, whatever that is. They are still shit. No refraction method. What does this do? Nothing. No screen space reflections. Doesn't fix the issue. Oh, and the mesh details? Oh. Would never have guessed that. With the lighting? There are a lot of lighting options here. Visible in reflection captures. Actually, should I put down a reflection capture? One of those sphere reflection captures? What do these do? These help? Oh, I think the radius is too small. I'm just trying things at this point. It was pretty big. That did nothing. Okay. Worth a shot. That would be 4 reflection captures, so that's not going to be it. Let's go to the light settings. We'll figure it out. Thing is, I kind of need it to be adjusted for all of them, otherwise it might not be visible. Wanted to ask when I should expect our date. Good question. I will have to go to the store to buy stuff to make chili. And I should probably start at the moment I get back. So, let's say 5:30 to 6 p.m. I can probably call. I should be done working on the food then. Yeah, 17:30 or 18, roughly around that time. I'll let you know when I'm done. After wife in the cuck chair. That's actually no, that's Cotsburg. Little bit of penis poking we got going on. I'll just select all the walls. And the roof. Okay, what can we do here? Anything to prevent this. I'm gonna move this over to the other side and just change things in compile until it looks better. Cast shadow. I assume this will not be anything relevant. Just had to check. Override light map resolution. Okay, I will try that and set it to a ridiculously high number. That did nothing. Sort triangles. Oh. Wait. It like works for a second and then it's back to being shit. I don't know what it does. It says enable dynamic sort meshes triangles to remove ordering issue when rendered with a translucent material. It's not really fixing it though. I thought it was, but it wasn't. Okay, what else do we have? Indirect lighting cache quality. Light map type. Force. Volumetric. Nothing. Emissive light source. No. Affect dynamic indirect lighting. That does... I turned it off, so it now does not affect dynamic indirect lighting. And that does remove the issues. We still have local reflections, and the light does still come through. So maybe that's what we want to have. I will turn it back on and just see if anything else negatively affects it. But I think that prevents it from being able to bounce lumen light, which is okay with me, I don't care. Affect distance field lighting, false. Also fixes the problem and kind of just looks the same as when we turn off dynamic indirect lighting. Shadows, nothing. Everything else is like about shadows. Okay, so controls whether the primitive should affect dynamic distance field lighting methods. This flag is only used if cast shadow is true. I don't know which is the better one to turn off here. They both have the same result during the nighttime. I'll try to set it to daytime and see. It makes it a little bit less bright inside. Honestly, not that important though, so okay, we'll do that. Good to know we don't have to affect the rest of the map, and we can fix the issue here. And I learned something new, so that's always a positive. I will forget that I learned it, but I did learn it. The glass is not long enough here. Let me fix that. Okay, that's better. Okay, foundations. That's right, we were fixing that before the issue occurred. Glad we fixed that though. Alright, do we have a corner here? Oh no, we don't. Okay, so we'll start the corner here, and then we'll wrap it around this way. One. Oh, my snap wasn't turned on. That's better. I think that's correct. Actually, I could just test it by duplicate, move into the right position. No, that can't be right. That far over? No, that can't be right. Sorry, guys. That looks more correct. Yeah, that's proper. Okay. That was like a bit awkward there though. I think it would be safe to move it out. Let me set up the sequential one. Oh god, the whole thing's off. Okay, we'll fix it. That looks better. For sure. I just don't know why it's 20 pixels off then. But whatever. It could be because I changed the scale of things a little bit. Yeah, I'll just manually do it. It's not that big of a spot anyway. What are you gonna do? That works. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. I actually really like how that looks. Fix it in post. I'm not sure post-processing is that powerful. Post-processing is pretty good though. Maybe not that good yet. This is ugly. Don't care though. Not a huge amount of space for greenhousery. Unless I make the pots. The farming locations, the plots a lot smaller. Which I could do. I could very easily refactor the farming to have an override for scale multiplier. So if we wanted to just scale everything down by half, we could. Gonna look kind of silly for the time being, but trying to think of how many I can fit in here reasonably. I mean 9. Realistically, unless we made the collisions smaller, which we could do. I think the better option would be making separate plots for the greenhouse. And we'll have to modify that. We'll have to refactor the farming plots just a little bit so that you can grow anything in here as long as the light is accurate. So we don't care about biome filtering. The problem is that the selected biome of the farming plots, I do believe impacts the growth as well in some way. I actually just don't know. Let me find it. Potentially change later so that a biome check is done. Can tie in with player discovery and fit well with... Okay, so we don't do a... Yeah, if biome is set to cave... Oh no, that was old stuff. Harvest plant, calculate loot for biome. We do use it here to determine, like if you're in a forest, you might randomly get a, like a caterpillar when you harvest the plant, which is then, you know, universal fishing bait. Update current light level. Yeah, this is where we grab the light provided for biomes. So it wouldn't be a huge refactor to just say, yeah, we're in the greenhouse, so ignore, you know, certain biome things, but light provided is still going to be necessary. I think we take the darkest light available, so we could just override biome to always providing the max light, and that way we only rely on daytime light level and weather light level. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad. It just needs a little bit of a refactor. But I would take a, you know, I don't know if a pot or something. I don't think we have a farming pot. There kind of is one. Like this one. Could work. And just put it up on like little tables here. And then I could just, when we refactor the farming plot, I'll make it so that there's like an override for allowable scale. Since when we do the harvest or the growth cycle checks, we grow the plant and set the scale here, so we can just do a override multiplier here and then just multiply it by half or something, or whatever we set. Wouldn't be bad. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back and we'll continue. Just gotta pee. BRB. That's how you know I'm coming back, and you just... Hey, Kent. Welcome back. Yeah. Okay, you know what? We might have enough time to refactor the farming plots today. I want to just make sure we get the greenhouse being removed and added properly, though, so that's priority number one. Let's grab this bitch and move it back. I'm gonna put like just a little button or something. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna take the greenhouse, this base, this wall that we're supposed to delete, and reparent it to interactable. Take the interactable collision. Do that. And we'll just set up a quick little bit of functionality here for override. Within range. Override. Outside range. Override. Interact. Do. Okay, within range, I'm just gonna do greenhouse expansion. Interact to build greenhouse. Eventually it'll be part of, like, you know, you can talk to a merchant who sells the expansion, you can buy it and then it appears. But for now I'm just gonna let the player go up and interact with the wall to build it so that it's at least functional. Okay, delete these. And then on interact, do once. We'll need to spawn actor. Oops, not that. Spawn actor from class of greenhouse. Transform is easy. We just get actor transform of self, since it's on the same route. And then we delete for actor self. Realistically, that should work. I will add in a little text render here. And use the emissive material. Not very red, is it though? Thought it'd be more emissive. Kind of dark. It's good. It's too light. You know those neighbors that you have where you just want to go down to the hardware store and buy those soft things you put on the bottom of chairs and table legs to make them not make noise? I have the neighbor upstairs where I just want to go to the hardware store and just buy some and slip it right under their door and then leave. And just see if they get the message that it's annoying to hear them moving around their chairs and shit above. It's like passive aggressive helping. It's not that they're noisy, it's just that they move their chairs and shit, and they don't have the stuff on the bottom to make them slide easy and noiselessly. So I just hear chair scoot noise. Quite a lot. Okay, that should mean we can delete the greenhouse. Oof, gone. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I'm gonna go buy those felt feet and just slip it under their door without them knowing and just, you know, wait and see. Hey, Pocket Oracle. I would give anything to only have to deal with moving furniture. Kids stomping around at all hours. Downstairs assholes that blast their music till 9 a.m. I hate this place. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I lived in a place like that here in Poland, and like the walls were paper thin, and some girl upstairs had like a dog that was just barking, bark, bark, bark all the time. Ask nicely, because maybe if it's passive aggressive, they might not out of spite. You're right, they might not. The problem is they speak Polish, and I don't speak Polish. I'll just Google Translate it for him. Oh, hold on. Our downstairs neighbor also has a dog that just does that. Feels like it's 24/7. It's miserable. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. Is there any possibility of moving? Or are you kind of stuck? Let's see if this works. Okay, nothing here. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that was not the accurate rotation for spawning that. Interesting changes, though. I can fix that. Hold on, split. We should just be able to do that. Asked him to turn it down first night, called the cops another time. Took me 15 minutes of pounding for them to answer the door. I want to get them kicked out, but my only other option is to go to the apartment with it. But it's the end of the year and we have to sign a new lease. I don't want them to be insufferable for the remainder of the time. They're not the owners of the apartment, right? Because I think that's not a bad idea. It's just to go to the owners and say, look, it's insufferable. And I mean, if it's bothering you, it's bothering the people that are across the door from them or down the hall or next to them. So you can't be the only one with the problem, right? Oh, I gotta remove tooltip. That should work. I might wait until next tick though, just to be safe on that tooltip removal. But I think we're okay. Oh, they're not the owners, and I hope I'm not, but where I'm at, it's a bunch of low-income families, like 3 kids, and no one wants to disturb each other's life. It's just a shit situation all around. Luckily, no one else is reported. But at the same time, especially with like other kids around, I'm surprised nobody has mentioned it before. You know, it's one thing for adults, but it's another thing when your kids are probably having their sleep and then school life impacted because of this. What's that outdoor section going to become? It is a greenhouse, so you'll be able to grow plants in it. But I have to do some refactoring to the farming plots to allow them to work in there. And eventually you'll be able to buy this upgrade from like a merchant that visits you, right? But for the time being, I'm just going to allow you to kind of build it for testing purposes. Well, that works. I would think if I report, but I'm also non-confrontational. Don't want eyes on us from the apartment if we don't need to. Understandable. Especially, you know, if they're that inconsiderate of individuals, you never know what kind of people they could end up being. Okay. Looks good. A sneeze, but this looks good otherwise. Gotta fix grass on those plots. The flowers fell. It's annoying. Makes me hesitant is every time I've tried to work with the apartment complex, they've either been dismissive or just said tough luck. That's annoying. You would think that they would get how sensical it would be to not allow that type of behavior in their complex, right? Like when you have less annoyed tenants and better behaved tenants, you will have generally less upkeep to have to deal with in the building, and people will say better things about the building, increasing the quality of life in there, meaning you could potentially raise, I mean, I don't want I want them to raise rent on you, but you know, it's like there's a logical reason to not allow that. God forbid somebody gets so angry they just, you know, whip out a weapon and deal with it that way. Now your building insurance is gonna increase their prices. Too much to move into low-income housing, but too little to be stable. Feels like a common theme nowadays, doesn't it? Nobody can afford to live. Let's be a slumlord. There is rent every year regardless. Had a shooting in our building this year, rent still goes up. That's so fucked up. I think that looks okay. Nice, so we have the greenhouse expansion and it's working. House looks good from the outside, I think, and it looks pretty decent from the inside. A little barren, but not horrible. Comfy. The sore thumb is 100% the alchemy table. Alright, we'll try to figure out something to do with that. Maybe there are some assets I could use to replace some of that with. You know what? Actually, there are. But at least it's all working right now as it is. Oh, nothing I've added actually creates a potion. Okay, there's a fear. I do need to turn off the emissive quality of the brew potion button. That'll help a little bit. Same with these too. Let's find that button. Uton. Brew. Oh, you know what? It's part of the table. That's where I change it. Somewhere here. Brew button widget. Oh, I don't remember which one we use. Hold on. Widget 3D pass-through 1. Okay, and then we need to get the ingredient shelf. And we can fix these two. It works when there isn't enough lighting, but I think there's more than enough lighting on the alchemy table right now that we don't need to have those set to unlit materials. Just looks better when they're lit. Yeah, looks better. Yeah, I could overhaul the table. It would be a little bit of work, but it would look better. Like, we have table assets. I have a cauldron asset. It's not the greatest. It's pretty deep, I think. Give this one. Actually, that could work pretty well. Yeah, we could, you know what, we could schedule that for this week. And I can probably reconfigure the shelving too now that we have some like wood and some beams. I will think about that. For today, though, I think we can overhaul, or just refactor, not overhaul, the farming plots. so that we can have little pots put in the greenhouse, so that you can actually unlock the greenhouse and use the greenhouse right away in the game rather than having it be empty. What do we need to do to accomplish that, though? I can either do a Boolean override for biome to say, like, is greenhouse plot. And I think that way when we're setting up the widget for seed selection, I believe we have to pass through the biome of the farming plot. Let me double check though. Set up farming. Set up widget. Not seed selection though. It might be when we click here. Set up widget, switch to seed tab, get all seeds, biome whitelist. Yeah, okay. So because we grab the farming plot directly, what we can do is grab that plot's boolean and then just do a select based on that boolean to either have all biomes or have none. Granted, we already have a filter by biome boolean on the get all seeds function that I set up. However, there are some seeds we don't want to be growable in the greenhouse because of a lack of water. So any of the water growable plants should not be growable there. So it would still be better to have a boolean on the farming plot for B is greenhouse plot. And then here what we'll do is greenhouse is greenhouse plot. Select. Pull it out just to give me a little bit of space. This won't be the most... The problem with doing it this way is that if I add new biomes, I'll have to come back in here and update this array. Here's what I'll do instead. New function. Get all biomes. Yeah, that's literally, you know, we'd have to do 4 each biomes. Promote a variable, biome, array. Add unique is kind of redundant here because there's no way that it would ever fail that. But just to be safe. I guess just in case I accidentally add a duplicate biome in for some reason. That's about it. Let's group this into utility. And what we'll do is get all biomes. Promote to local variable. Kind of dirty, but especially because I'm running it every time this would be called, which is kind of wasteful. Not like it's a complex bit of calculation to do. They're just enums. Well, it's a prototype. Inefficiency is part of the game, so. Okay, the seed selection should be fixed. Find all references to biome. I think the only one... Double check here. Not relevant. Calculate loot for biome. I think we'll do another select here. Is greenhouse plot true? What do I want to do here? Actually, what I could do instead is make a separate loot table for the greenhouse. So rather than doing the select right there, I would do it on here. Make loot. And I can quickly make the table, not a big deal. That's fast. Data. Loot table. Loot, plant, random, cave, and lake. Loot, plant, random, forest. This is just nothing and a chance at a monarch caterpillar. Honestly, that's fine with me. At least for now. So that part's fixed. Farming balance. Farming balance. We'd want to skip this biome light provided if it is a greenhouse plot, since biome is now not relevant. And instead just set biome light provided to maximum. Since full light is index 0, partial light is index 1, and darkness is index 2, we end up taking the highest number, so essentially the darkest availability of the weather, the biome, and the day-night cycle. So if we're just setting this to max, then it's going to be determined based on the weather or the day-night cycle, and biome won't play a part at all. I did also want to do an override for light provided. We'll worry about that later. Little disorganized. Okay, where else? Skid biome. Should be okay. Should be okay. If we just set that to true, it should show us all the seeds that can be grown regardless. Try it. Is greenhouse plot true? Although when you interact with it, it will say biome forest. It would be nice if we could change that. That's one thing we need to do. Otherwise, seed selection here will filter and only show things that can grow in the forest. So acceptable biomes are all forest. Here we have all possible biomes except for the lake. Now I'm wondering if it's because the acceptable biome is only... Oh no, it'll grow. Okay. That's good. Then we just need to adjust the farming HUD. Where is the biome? Get biome icon. Farming plot reference. Greenhouse. It is greenhouse plot. Okay, do that, pull this over. Try to organize this a little bit. Okay, let's get a greenhouse icon. Placeholder. Greenhouse icon. Very nice. Something circular like my other ones would be cool. But I can also modify something. Let's try this. Make me a circle. What kind of they're kind of circles of all different colors. Nothing consistent. Okay, then for this one, I'll just make it gray color, that'll work. Where's the eraser? There it is. Good enough. Which I suppose I could have just made greenhouse biome. You know what? Whatever. Whatever. Stop it, I'm trying to fix the G. Come on. There we go. Even though the lake isn't kept. Okay, whatever. Not worth it. I don't think that icon would have a proper tooltip, though. Well, we'll see. No, it's good. Yeah, I like it. Okay. I think that's everything to get them growing there. Everything else should be handled pretty normally. One thing we'll have to do in the farming plot, though, is do a... plant scale multiplier. So that when we do growth cycle checks, because they'll be in smaller pots, I want them to still look the same, but just be a lot smaller, so that I can fit more plant pots in a smaller area. I think I can accomplish that just by do growth cycle check. Multiply it by this. I'll switch these around for space. A little awkward. And here we already do a multiplication for the size, so we'll just do another multiply. Since multiplication and division can be done in any order. Should be good. So, theoretically, if I change the plant scale multiplier here down to 0.5, anything that I grow there should be halved. I'll try the morning glories because that'll be really obvious with this truss. The truss does not get halved. I can fix that. That's whenever we plant something, we need to wherever we set the base mesh scale. Multiply, switch to a float. And set that up properly. Okay, let's try that again. Hey, it's halved. Well, blueprints we can't leverage LLMs to help with them. If you use them to, you know, make your blueprints, you won't get better at blueprinting, in my opinion. And I think you can be a good programmer, but a bad blueprinter, and a good blueprint printer, but a bad programmer. Like it's a whole different skill to coding, in my opinion. The offset for the growing meshes is wrong in this case because it's quite different. Blueprints are the devil, says somebody who is not good at making blueprints. Mesh offset. We can't just multiply the mesh offset by the plant scale multiplier, right? It's true, but also fuck you, touche. I know quite a few traditional programmers that aren't super great with blueprints. And I am the vice versa to that. Good with blueprints, not good with traditional programming. Kinda ugly. They're just so messed up and dirty, can't read code without frantically swiping around. I mean, just make better lines. That's really the reality. And get better at organization. You think mine are bad? You should see what the average is. Mine are as clean as a newly wiped, freshly showered asshole. Comparatively. It is so loud. Okay, but yeah, okay, fixing that's worked. Ooh, I got a caterpillar. GG. I thought I fixed the sound of those two. They're so loud. Granted, it is a 3D sound, so it is based on your proximity, and we were pretty close. It is what it is. Okay, with the plant scale working properly, I should be able to make a... You know, I think Ultra Dynamic Sky is pretty good with his blueprints too. They make very clean BPs. Commented out. Good organization of all their functions. Clean lines. They do a good job. Fluid flux? Fluid flux is just itself not organized. But I don't think the blueprints were unclean. It was just really, really horrible trying to navigate the stack and find exactly where something was being handled. Now you can do stack trace with blueprints, I believe. So I just don't do that. I think Fluid Flux as a whole was probably fine with its blueprints. Not really organized, or it's not really commented, but their line work is okay. There are a couple issues, but more of just like personal taste versus being hard to read. Could be worse. And that's where blueprinting is a skill, because it's an art form of its own. Just like writing good code, write clean code, and organizing it properly, I think is an art form of its own too. And you can be good at one but not at the other, just because one is like visually organized and another is visually organized but in a different format. So I don't know. Okay, BP, farming, plot, greenhouse. Base mesh is hot. Not this one. This one. Probably want to move the pot up a little bit. I'm going to add a static mesh for the dirt, and what I'm actually going to do is just use the stew. I'm going to use the stew mesh with a material override for dirt. It works. So when you're growing things in the greenhouse, just remember you're actually growing them in stew. Yummy, yummy. Okay, everything else should be okay, unless we want to do biome. Hold on. Is greenhouse plot, land scale multiplier. I'm gonna try 0.33. We can override it on instances if we need to. If I were smart, I would make a lot of these variables private or not. Not visible. I think private would do that, right? I forget, who cares? Don't touch it. Pretty big pot though. Might want to scale that down. That was the wrong mesh. That was the wrong mesh. Hold on. Hold. Oh yeah, I just added some others. I thought we replaced the base mesh and not the... Or no, we must replace the base mesh with the... Okay, I see my problem. I see my problem. Yeah. The pot needs to be a whole separate thing and not part of the base mesh. Pot. Why is it spawning that so low down? That would be closer to the root, or be the root of the... Kind of weird. Oh, it's the root of the base mesh. We just need to move the base mesh up to the same... Yeah. Kinda cute. Oh. Alright. It's pretty tiny. But I think that's better than way too large. If you ask me. Okay, that is way too small. Maybe we should just make the morning glory as a whole. Like those are okay size. But the morning glory and I think the flowering bush, which I don't see. Here it is. These might be a little bit. A little bit. Yeah. Well, some consistency between plant sizes is definitely better than not. I don't think there's any point trying to worry about that at the moment, though. Let's get them added. Okay, static mesh. Let's get a table pulled in, and I don't know which table we want to use. Do this one. We have a few tables from the Dreamscape pack. Table. Market table. Actually, that one's pretty nice. Nice and thin. Angular table, but it's fat. Yeah, I'm gonna use I'm gonna use the market table. It looks nice. Table 1. Let me think here. If I did them vertically like this, you know, based from the entrance point of view, I don't think I could fit 3 here, or at least not in this row. So it'd either be 2 and 3 tables. I don't know how many pots we can fit on one table, probably just 2. So it's going to be a question of either 10 or 12. You know what? 10 might be fine. Pot 1. Actually, this not a static mesh. We need to add a child actor. Pot 1. Farming plot greenhouse. These just are very big. Especially sitting up on the table, I think it'll be hard for the player to see anything inside them. Let me see. Let me duplicate the pot and pull in. I can pull in an NPC just to see. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Okay, what I'll do is lower the size of this then. Better. It's better, though I'm a little worried that again, the size of things might be a bit too... I don't mind a little clipping. It's not more of a question of artistic, but question of if they're too large, then it's gonna be hard to actually see anything. And the same problem if they're too small. Then the interactable collision now is super huge. That's an easier fix though. I mean, I'll see. I'll see what it looks like. The location for the groin. Things are gonna be pretty big. Or that the growth location is the root. I can fix that though. So I could have sworn that we grew things based on this static mesh location, but maybe it's a little bit messed up. I could lower the base mesh scale again, though I think that, or you know, like the plant scale multiplier. I can always adjust the size of individual things as they're growing. That is easy to do. So if I feel like, you know, like the foxtail cactus is tiny, really, really small, I could boost that up. Think in the farming data table. Seed foxtail cactus. Grown mesh scale is set it to 2.5. A bit better. Nice progress, thank you. How you doing, August? I'm gonna go check how big this appears in the desert, though. Let's go run there. The progress is slow. I mean, some days you win, some days you lose with progress, right? Christ, calm down. I mean, remember Fluid Flux? That shit took us like 3 weeks. The new building systems need so much shit. I mean, I think you kind of highlight the problem of the game, one of the problems of the game industry, right? It's so hard 2 to 3 years out of a project to perfectly estimate how much time different things will need. Been in the building system for months. Shit. Where did I put the farming plots? Here they are. Why did that gain so much? Oh, probably because... Yeah, the max growing mesh scale and grown mesh scale need to be the same thing. But either way, the grown size can confirm that's pretty good. So just set this to 2.5 and we're good. Alright. And we could even lower the flowering bushes a bit. They're kind of crazy. Where are they? Here it is. Max growing mesh scale, let's do 0.6. It's better. It's still kind of big, but it's better. We'll check it in the pot. The offset when it grows is kind of weird, but I don't much mind. Because of the wind. The wind is applied disproportionately to the scale. So the smaller that this is, which is unfortunately quite small, the wind looks wild. As it gets bigger though, it's kind of weird. That's crazy. Looks so silly. Prototype. Nice. Okay. Me likey. Praise kick. Okay, those there. Actually, I could move the flowering bush offset up a bit. How much do I move the other ones up? Morning glories are up by 170, so maybe we'll try 30. It is definitely visibly floating. But I think because of the... I think it's because of the root of the plant. I think I prefer it like this, even though it floats initially a little bit. Also like offset. It's the weirdest thing. Such a weird plant. Like look at where the root is. It's so weird. I'll add 20 to the X. It's a bit better. It is better. Awkward, but better. Yeah, that looks fine. It's so silly though. Whatever. I forgot too, with the greenhouse there, I will need to set up the weather brushes. I think. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I can add a weather mask brush to this. I can see. There is a brush component. A little hard to test. Let me draw it over here. A little bit weird. I think I would need to update the weather for it too. Yeah. Kind of annoying enough to do that each time. Okay, scale it a little bit further out. Let's see how that looks. I'm okay with it there. I just need to adjust it on the sides. And I'm okay with it not affecting the snow not being, well, hold on, I'll worry about the glass material after, because I do want rain to hit it, but I think it's okay if snow doesn't completely hit it, but I can also adjust the amount of snowfall that affects it. It's good on this side, not on the other side, though. And we're gonna have to accept that there's going to be some inconsistencies in the masking. It's kind of an unfortunate reality. It is just a prototype. I think that's good enough. I don't know how high up I need it. Probably above that, these beams at least. Right there should be good. Or not, or the previous location was much better. Yeah, whatever was that before was much nicer. Okay, we'll keep it there. I won't cry about it. That's one problem solved. The other one would be a one of these cave check volumes. It's not a cave, I know, but cave check volume. This controls the ambient sound in an area. It overlaps a little bit here. Granted, I don't know where this one ends. It's fine. It's fine. I could also just place one in the hallway a bit. I think I'm gonna set the intended ambient volume to the same amount, which I think I have at 0.25. So you can hear the ambient sounds at 0.25% of default, 25%. Yeah, I think it's good. Biggest question to me is, will spawning this in when it's not snowing properly apply that mask? I don't care if it's a little bit off in terms of timing. I think I could force a recheck of it, but I'm not 100% on that. suppose we'll see. Oh, it works. Okay. Cool. Very nice. Okay, next thing I want to do is adjust that glass texture material so that we'll see, I guess, what it looks like receiving snow and rain. Let's try snow first, since this will be the more work done on that one. Thin translucent material, M glass material attributes, so it'll be here. Surface weather effects. Static bool. Apply wetness, apply snow. Doesn't really do much to it, does it? There might be an option for applying it to a translucent material. Clear coat. It's not clear coat, but I can see if that helps at all. I'm okay if this does not receive snow coverage properly, honestly. As long as it receives rain properly. Although it would look cool if it was receiving snow, like you're in a little tunnel. Custom position. Using a smooth triplanar mapping. Just replace the texture, scales the textures. I might have to check on their Discord. So I don't see anything that might affect it. Blend underline normal map on snow dust. I don't know what clear coat is that's relevant here. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'll check on their Discord. I'm sure somebody has also wanted to put these on there. Let's see if, because I'm okay with how this looks. You know, it kind of looks like there's an icing effect on it. That's fine. More important to me is going to be the rain. hard to see whether or not the drops are hitting it. Kind of looks like they are, but I don't think... No, I don't think it is. I wonder if it has anything to do with the... Effect dynamic indirect lighting. I mean, it really looks like it is hitting it, but it's just so... It's like this exact same color. Maybe I can affect the color of it or something? It's hard to see if it's doing anything, actually. It definitely has dripping effect. Yeah, that looks kind of nice, actually. A bit easier to see from the outside with glare. Okay, that looks nice. That looks very nice. What else can we throw in here? Droplets. Show me droplets. See when it's stationary. I do see them forming. Again, only when there's like a oops, I mean that when there is a glare. Because I unhooked the use texture for transmittent color. Yeah, I don't like that. Turn it off. Okay, anything else that I can adjust on this? I can adjust the opacity of certain things. But I think we're okay as it is. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Rain looks fine. Can't really see it doing much from above, but it is there. And snow... looks fine too. And it just applies like an icy effect to the... glass. You know what? That's fine. I think it looks okay. And a dust storm. Oh, we don't have a dust storm, but it looks fine too. Okay. I'm happy with that then. Let's finish up greenhouse. Scene 1. This is row 1. Duplicate. Oh. Okay, or not. I kind of wanted it to duplicate things with all of its children in tow, but I guess you can't do that. Fine. Okay, move these to here. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, table 3, pot 5 and 6. Pot 7 and 8. On table 4. Pot 9 and 10. On table 5. It should be okay. Close that, close that, close that. Nice. Yeah, it's a bit moody. Yeah, the masking is fine. We will definitely see if my concurrency settings are working correctly. And if the scale of anything needs to be adjusted. forgot to set the pots to be greenhouse pots. Hold on. Small bug. I forgot when duplicating the child VPs, I believe it doesn't copy that over. It did for these. It might be because of the light levels. It was raining. That might have been the reality. That everything, there were no bugs. It was literally just not the right light level out due to the rain. Okay, now we can... Jesus Christ. For some reason the lambs here isn't? Oh, acceptable light levels is half light. I see. Kind of awkward. Honestly, it's mostly fine. Some of the scales of things is a little weird, like with the barrel cactus. The succulent and the cactus are definitely pushing their limits. But for the most part, it's all fine, except for the fact that I don't have half light in here. It'd be cool if you could adjust the magical window tint in here to enable that, but you know what? It's fine. I like it. It looks nice and pretty in here. We don't have that visual artifacting that we had from before. Looks pretty from the outside too. Look at him. I'm happy with this. Another morning glory fell. It was awkward. I've yet to catch it in the act of falling down. It's annoying though. Okay, looks good. Alright, do I have anything else that I can tidy up today? Let me think for a second. I could fix the day-night cycle length. I keep forgetting to do that. Would be something to do. We were mostly using that to test out farming, and now that that's done, we can switch it back. Weather is fine. Ambient sounds. Spawning of NPCs. I think is fine. I want to make a new build tonight, just for internal stuff. And I'm going to try using this computer to do it. Let me fix a couple of things if I'm going to do that, because I need to send it to somebody who hasn't played the game before. And there might be... Yeah, I'll test out the tutorial real quick. I want to make sure Spoon spawns only. The Blue Dick Boy is not there. Or at least if Blue Dick Boy is there, that he's working fine, and that none of the other NPCs spawn. That's the old one. That is the old one, right? Data. Skeleton Mage. Starting weight is 0. Okay, so he should not be spawnable. And same with the warrior for now. I'll force Spoon first. That'll force Spoon. I think that both Spoon and Blue Dick Boy are okay. One thing though is that Spoon's story files, his lore loop, is not completely finished. Primarily those ones. So I'll just unhook these. Oh wait, it's on a separate branch. I could merge those in. Let me do that. I did a wee little bit of work. The flowers okay? Okay, flowers are okay. Close this. Where's the branch? I think I can pull those changes in. Oh no, I have to commit first. Okay. Finalizing work on new hut and merging in lore loop additions for Spoon. And now we should have those changes. How can you work with such ominous, cold, ambient music in the background? I pretend I am in heaven. Actually, you know, one thing that I wish was kind of real, and it almost nearly is something from Heavy Rain, the game. The Ari that Norman Jaden had. Or like you could use these to jump into alternate realities to work, and he did that for focusing. It was pretty sweet. This is kind of how it feels. Now, if you could do that and it was pretty convincing, I would be in love with that for working sometimes. Okay, this has a few more things added to the lore loop. Nothing like too crazy. And I'll just unhook these about chapter 4, 5, and 6. Just in case the person I'm sending this to does happen to get to the book and start talking about that. It's not gonna like error out for him. I just need to add in this end chapter 3 talk note, I believe. Oh no, this is supposed to just jump back to here. Okay. That should be okay. I don't think there's anything else broken. I hope. We'll see. In which case, I think because it's so late, I'll probably just end the stream there for today. And let me think, what do we want to do tomorrow? I felt like there was something we talked about earlier, just a few hours ago, where I said, okay, we can schedule to do that later this week. I don't remember what it was. It might have been the greenhouse, which we already did. Or it was refactoring the farming plot, which we did. I suppose then I'll have to think tonight about what I want to do for tomorrow. We have plenty to get to. Plenty to work on. But I'll have to think about what we want to jump into at that moment. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a new build of this tonight, but it's not gonna be publicly released. Although I am kind of tempted to. I suppose if I have the build and it works, but okay, before I end the stream though, I do need to test out the tutorial. And just make sure that it is working up to a point. Which it should be, but we'll see. Because again, this individual has not played the game before, so I don't want to leave him in the dark. What I could do is add, I'm going to make some notes here. Add subtext to type discovery tutorial to talk about what a type is. And I think the game guide is probably pretty outdated considering we don't have anything about farming or fishing in there. But I'm not going to write that now. He's also a game dev, so he's not working off of complete lack of knowledge. You know, I'm really curious actually if you fish up a new fish, does that apply to ingredient type discovery? What do I have for ingredients? If I can test that out. Sunstreak. Sunstreak can be used to catch flamefin trout. Firefin trout. We're gonna see. If there is a firefin trout in here. Hold on, let me cheat my bait info here. Data fishing bait. Carp likes snail, bell pepper, rowan, green desert flower. Muddy bullhead likes the toadstool, which I do believe I picked one up. I don't know if the muddy bullhead is found here though. I think it's found in the river. Lake Deep. Okay, hold on. I can go test that. That's just over on the ruins. Okay, shaders, calm down. Okay, here it is. Please, muddy bullhead. Come on. No? Okay, what other fish can spawn in the lake deep? Blind floatfish and the bonefin starefish. Dragon's eye I can try, and also lady fern. I think I have one of those. Dragon's eye. Oh, here he comes. Okay. Don't fail. Got him. That did count for ingredient type discovery. But I probably don't run the tutorial checker on that. However, I should just be able to discover something else, new ingredient, and we're good. Okay, I can fix that. Fishing doesn't trigger tutorial check for new types. Easy fix. Bimsh, hell yes. There's fishing and there is also trapping. You go glug glug all the way down to the bottom of the lake here. There's a deep lake trapping. Trapping is not R18. Yes. Don't look in the lake's pants. You're not gonna like what you see. I don't think that'll catch anything. Go for it. Interact with the alchemy table. Q and E, right-click on an ingredient jar, send to alchemy, and send to processing. Go to the processing station, process something, right-click on it, send to ingredient shelf. Switch to alchemy station, throw something in, pull it out, make a potion. Let's make restore health 1, if we can. And ignore the fact that you can hear the water sound still. Just because I teleported outside of the water. Keep exploring and wait for the NPC to arrive at your hut. Okay, that should be Spoon. That is Spoon. And he should be a bit more centered on his stool this time. Eh, good enough. Talk to him, help him out. Here's a potion. You know what, actually? I will make him a proper poison. I have nothing to make poison with. I can ferment the toadstool. That'll make poison. Anything else makes poison? Hold on, I'll go get a Toxicap. Gotta be one around here. Can I just mention that our game is pretty bug-free? Being a prototype. It could be way worse than this, right? Okay, poison 1 actually probably isn't enough, but I'll just give it to him. I think it might be enough. I think I made it just like barely enough. What kind of poison? Okay, go on. Stronger the better. Make the commission potion. What do they steal? I'll help. Oh, it didn't register that I made the commission potion. Actually, I think it'll skip it. I don't remember what it would check for, though. Can I just make another potion? No, I think it compares it to the commission. It's fine. When he comes back, I think it will trigger the next one. Did not. Fuck. Granted, I only knew how to do that because I had done it. You know what? That's something we can fix for next time. Leggy. All the lights, I think. That's something that mega lights will help with. Okay, let me fix up these two issues and then I'm gonna call it good for the day. Add subtext to type discovery. Okay, that'll be in the UI. Tutorial. Types discovered. Set secondary text. Show guide warning. No. Types here refers to new ingredient types. Self-explanatory, but it works. And then on fishing, this will probably apply to trapping as well, not farming. I need to run the, so let me pull up the base ingredient. Collectible ingredient. Yeah, just do a quick check tutorial stage requirements is what we want. Although probably not on the fishing spot, right? Because we reward the fish in the fishing mini game. Probably shouldn't be done here, but it is done here. UI, update ingredient inventory. Okay, that'll work there. Trapping spot. Add catch to trap inventory. And that should fix that problem. Okay, I'm good there. I'm gonna start the build and hope that it isn't going to break. Let me... I'll check for structure issues. I think that's the only thing that would really cause a problem. I also need to change the default game level to the main menu now that we have it. I'll do both of those. And then we'll end the stream and I'll set up the build and walk away and hope everything works fine. These are okay. These are not okay. Invalid material used on nanite static mesh. The windows. It's all the windows. Okay, I can fix that. We just need to disable nanite on these. Okay, those are solved. This puts a lot of warnings for that, doesn't it? Those can be ignored. Those are fine. That's fine. Save. I'll reload to check if those nanite errors are gone. There's no structure issues, thankfully. I didn't know you couldn't have nanite with translucent materials, but now I do. That makes sense because of the coaling that happens. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, everything else I don't think is going to cause any issues. Project settings. Maps and modes. Game default map. Where's my main menu? There it is. And I guess we'll see. I guess I'll make the build and we'll see if it works. So that's where I will end for today, guys. We got a lot done. Oh, thank you for all of the follows today. And again, Game Train Studios, he's not here anymore, but thank you for the raid if you ever hear this or if you are lurking here. And thank you for anybody who's still here from that raid. I really appreciate it, and hope you're having a wonderful day. So guys, have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. I will see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles development. If you're new here, we do have a YouTube channel where we post all of our previous days of development, so if there's anything we've done here that you're interested in seeing what we did to implement it, you can go check that out by !YouTube, or I think there's a link below the chat, below the video, in the, you want, find the link. That's your treasure quest for today. So guys, have a wonderful rest of your day, and take care. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace. Raptorific day. Yeah, have a raptorific day, guys. See you guys.